Testing, testing. Okay, wow. Welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. And just wow, you're all here. Because all of this started, as I must say, a probably overexcited idea between myself and Olu at the back, who you'll be meeting later on. And as an overexcited idea, and now we have 8 speakers for you and a packed day of sustainability, collaboration, and hopefully lots of inspiration. But I want to start by asking you, who's got an idea? Who's got a sustainable idea or project they're working on? Come on, let's see some hands. You can be brave. Awesome. Who is passionate about something? Maybe it's not an idea, but something you care about and you want to make a difference in the world. Let's see some hands. Very nice. Anyone part of a community project or local initiative? Great. And what about maybe a local business who's doing something and trying to bring it more into their day-to-day work? Brilliant. And all it takes is saying it out loud, sharing, finding collaboration, and you can make things like this happen, okay? And today is about that. We're going to hear from our amazing speakers, but this is about you guys chatting, having conversation, and finding your partnerships that will help you get your project or your idea to the next stage, okay? Because this whole day is pretty unique, pretty exciting. It's come about as a result of a collaboration and a new way of thinking working as part of the Carbon Innovation Lab, which is an initiative from the Folkestone and Hythe District Council, okay? This is a completely new way of working for them, and I think has caused lots of excitement so far. So hopefully it's the start of something big going forward. And as I keep saying, collaboration. Collaborating with you, the community, the local community, to give you the agency to make the things you're doing happen, okay? Together. Now, our speakers, who you're going to hear today, have been working really hard as part of a coaching program to develop their ideas, because it's about getting the skills to be able to communicate what's important to you. And it's also, well, we know that people care. If I'm honest, when we started this project, we didn't know how many people were going to be interested. How many community projects would we get involved? How many speakers would we get? But I'm glad that we were proven wrong, that there is a lot more interest than we thought there might be, okay? So I think without further ado, I'm going to wrap on. That's my introduction. I want to whistle through and say some big thank yous. First off, I've got to say a massive thank you to the Carbon Innovation Lab. So they are an informal voluntary forum to drive forward local action to reduce carbon emissions within the Folkestone and Hythe district. This forum is a collaborative and community-led forum supported by the council, where ideas are exchanged, plans created, and local actions are delivered. The Carbon Innovation Lab, also known as the CI Lab, will also assist in the development of the carbon-wide district plan. Okay? If anyone is interested about finding out more about this, it's climate at folkestone-hythe.gov.uk. Also got to say a huge thank you to the Burlington Hotel. These guys have sponsored us the venue today. Isn't it amazing? It looks beautiful. So a huge thank you to the Burlington Hotel, to Daniel, Marianne, and the team here who have been so accommodating. We absolutely couldn't have done it with you. So thank you very much. Also, shout out to MMS 360. We are live streaming, so hello, I don't know which camera to look at, but hello to everyone who is watching at home, bringing us all of this. We also have the workshop, the co-working space in Folkestone, and the Folkestone Youth Project have also helped in the development of this whole project, providing a space for the training with the coaches. And we also have Restock and Kent Food Hubs, who have provided us lots of yummy snacks that you'll get to enjoy later on. Also, thank you to all the sponsors. We have Ola, we have Kevin, we have Joe, we have Lisa, we have Rob, Jane, Paula, Caroline, Joseph, Penny, Michael, and the Friends of Napier Barracks. So thank you very much to all of them. So, first up, before we hear from our speaker lineup, I'm pleased to say that we have Councillor Leslie Wybrow, who is the Cabinet Member for the Environment from Folkestone and Hythe District Council, who's going to tell you a little bit more about the background of this project, how it fits into the Council's development of their district-wide carbon plan. And Folkestone and Hythe Sustainable Futures Forum is one of the first projects to kind of come out, like I said, the Carbon Innovation Lab and all the work they're looking to do to bring it back out to the community and get us working together. So without further ado, I give you Councillor Leslie Wybrow.
Yeah, so first of all, I just want to welcome you all. I mean, it's lovely to see so many faces and to hear such a lovely buzz. And I'd also like to thank Lou and Olu for, which has obviously been a huge amount of organisation to make this event happen, and I can tell already that it's going to be a huge success, so thank you very much for all that. So just to give you a bit of background where we came from, so in July 2019, the District Council voted unanimously to declare a climate and ecological emergency and to set a target for the Council's own estate to be net zero carbon by 2030. That's a really challenging target that we've set ourselves, especially in the context of the pressures that all local authorities are looking at on their budgets at the moment. So we started by identifying the sources of our biggest carbon emissions and drew up a carbon action plan. We're still working on those action plan, and the action plan is currently being reviewed by a set of specialist consultants. So that should give us a more detailed and costed set of actions to get us to net zero. There are too many actions and projects to list them all here, but perhaps one of the most important is that we have started to retrofit our least energy efficient council homes. Our grounds team have been working to improve biodiversity in our parks and gardens and have much reduced their use of pesticides. We're about to publish a green and blue infrastructure strategy and also a zero carbon toolkit, which will help those people who are looking to build new houses or retrofit existing homes to make them more energy efficient. However, we have to recognise that the council only contributes to a very small amount of the carbon emissions of the district as a whole. The emergency declaration also committed us to try and influence a reduction in carbon for the district as a whole. And that's where the Carbon Innovation Lab came in. It's a group of people from local businesses and local environmental groups who get together to work on a district-wide carbon action plan, which is hoped to be presented to Cabinet over the summer. So one of the main aims of the group, as Lou's already said, is to encourage networking and collaboration between all those who are working on environmental projects in the district. The council's main role is to act as a facilitator and to signpost, e.g. to funding schemes. We just don't have the resources to run community projects ourselves as a council. And to be honest, I don't think councils are the best organisations to do that. We're just not nimble enough. So the CI Lab is working on 4 main project streams: schools, local businesses, privately occupied homes, and sustainable transport. Thank you. And this forum here is set up as part of the networking and collaboration remit of the CI Lab. And today's event is to showcase the work of the forum. So I think Lou's already explained about the coaching work that she's already done with today's speakers. But based on the number of people who are in this room today, I think it's safe to say from a networking point of view, this forum is going to be a brilliant success. I'm really looking forward to hearing the speakers and finding out about their projects and how we can support them, and also having discussions with you all during the breakout sessions. So thank you, and good luck to all the speakers.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask, audio-wise, can you hear us okay? We've got mic here, but there's a bit of feedback. Can you hear at the back okay? Perfect. Okay, right, let's get cracking, shall we? Well, I'm going to say get cracking, but with some housekeeping. No fire alarms expected, 3 fire escapes behind that red curtain where Damien is coming out of the door right there, and also behind this camera is through the exit, but that is a fire escape. Toilets are just beyond the reception on the right-hand side, and you can also go downstairs to the bar. There are toilets. Outside is permits, okay? If you've parked out there and you haven't got a permit, you might want to move it, because you will get a ticket, okay? There is free parking around there, limited. If not, come and find someone, we'll try and direct you some parking. Okay, social media. We are live streaming, okay? So, very exciting. So please, if there's anyone you know that isn't able to make it or is at home, please reshare it so that they can watch and they can enjoy it as well. At social media, please, we would love to see your photos if you take them some from the day. Please tag us either hashtag Sustainable Futures Forum, or you can @ us Sustainable Futures Forum on Facebook and on LinkedIn. Okay, the itinerary. Let me tell you how this is going to work today. Okay, we have 3 sessions, and within each session, we have 3 speakers. Bar the last one that we have 2, but you know, let's say 3, makes it easier. And after each 3 speakers, we will have a little on-stage Q&A, and then we will let you loose into the breakout sessions. You will see tables behind you, and on each table there will be a different discussion facilitated by a local kind of person working within sustainability or in community work, as well as a Q&A, more in-depth Q&A with the speakers. Okay? You can choose which one you go to, first come, first served. I will tell you more when we get to the next break. You can submit your questions for the speaker Q&A. We have it's called slido.com, and the codes are dotted around, but I'll tell you as we go through. Tea and coffee break. There will be tea brought out at the next break after these speakers, and help yourself to snacks that we've laid out. There's also a cash bar if you'd like to buy anything in addition to the teas and coffees. Right, here we go. It's time to properly get started, and I'm very pleased. Our first speaker, I know we've fondly named, I know certainly, you know, some of our coaches over here have named the Compost Queen. I hope she doesn't mind that, but I think it's lovely. She's a natural storyteller. I want to see her on kids' TV because she's just wonderful. So passionate about what she does that even if you don't care about compost, you will by the end. So, Leonie Wotton is a volunteer for the Sandgate Community Gardens, Touch Base Care Kitchen Garden, and Incredible Edibles Cheriton. She helps organisations and individuals to grow fruit and vegetables, and encourages the making and using of compost from garden waste and kitchen peelings. However, not all food waste can be composted in this conventional manner, and it's this food waste which is currently collected by the council and taken on a 100-mile round trip to be processed. How can we take care of this valuable resource in our own communities and reduce our carbon footprint? Leonie is going to tell us. Leonie, over to you.
Did you know that households in the UK throw away something like 14 million tonnes of food per annum? 14 million tonnes. And it's no good thinking that you can just take that banana skin and throw it in that rubbish bin over there. Oh, no, 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 no. Because it is now illegal to put food waste into bins and into landfill. So yeah, that's not going to happen. But it does mean, of course, that our food waste has to be looked after somehow, somewhere, and by somebody. And what happens here for us, where we live here, it gets collected courtesy of the council, and it goes on a 100-mile round trip to be processed in an anaerobic digester. Now, a 100-mile round trip is not exactly very carbon friendly. And I figured to myself that if this food waste is valuable to somebody else, then surely it should be valuable to us too, here where we live. But what are we going to do with it? My name is Leonie, and I'm a community gardener, and I work on several community gardens around here, and we grow delicious, nutritious, organic and seasonal fruit and vegetables. We don't use any pesticides, any herbicides, or any fertilizers. We just use a generous dollop once a year of compost on each bed, about 3 to 5 centimetres, and then that's it, job's done, Bob's your uncle. We make our own compost. We use the green waste from the gardens, and we use our vegetable peelings, but we can just never seem to make enough of the stuff. So we're always having to buy in more. And for the community gardens, that is a big outlay to us. We spent way over £500 last year on compost alone. And we also buy in bagged compost. And if you think about it, that bagged compost has had to travel somewhere to get bagged up. Then it's had to travel to some sort of warehouse or distribution point. Then it's had to travel to the shops. Then you've had to travel to the shops to go buy it, and then you've travelled with it to wherever it is you're going to take it. It's not exactly that carbon friendly. So I'm figuring, we've got all this food waste. Why don't we just compost it? Why don't we set up some sort of communal community composting hub? And we could teach individuals how to compost in their own backyards. And we could invite schools and colleges to come and learn about the composting process. Because there's a fair old bit to learn. There's quite a bit to find out about. And for example, you can't compost cooked food in exactly the same way as you might raw ingredients. So yeah, there's a fair old science to it. And oh wow, if you look at compost under a microscope, it is a whole new world. Yeah, but then it has to be said I am something of a compost nerd, so yeah. So if we got really good at this composting lark, well, then we could invite the cafes, the restaurants, the schools and the hospitals to come and give us their food waste as well. And then we could make loads of compost, maybe even invest in the big boy composters, the aerobic composters, which are capable of processing over 120 kilograms of food waste per day and making compost in as little as 2 weeks. Now, there is a business model for this, and it's being rolled out across France by a group called Les Alchimistes, the alchemists, and they are indeed making gold. They're making black gold. They are transferring their food waste into compost. They pay people to go out on electric bikes, collecting up the food waste in trailers behind them, taking it back to the composting hub, making the compost, and then selling it in their shop. Wouldn't it be great if we were to do that here? Yes. Wouldn't it be great if we could do that here? Yes. That's a bit more like it. Yeah, but do you know, the frustrating thing about these aerobic composters, do you know they're actually manufactured in the UK and they send most of their stuff abroad. And I can't believe that we lack the same sort of initiative as the alchemists. You know, they're just, yeah. So, if you want to find out about composting, then pop along to your local community garden and they'll be able to tell you all about it. But if, like me, you think that perhaps we should be thinking about keeping our food waste and doing something with it here and maybe setting up some sort of composting hub, then that's the sort of conversation we need to have as a community. And you can find me later on and let me know what you think about it, because I'd be interested to know. But wouldn't it be great, though, if we did make our own compost? Because then we'd be putting it back on our gardens, in our community gardens, on our parks, maybe even our local farms, and we would be using that food waste, turning it into compost. So let's use it and not lose it. My name is Leonie, and thank you for being here and listening.
Stand and like just take the applause. Everyone's still going. Everyone's still going. Well done. Amazing. Thank you very much, Leonie, for opening the show. Lovely. Loved it. Are we volume-wise? Is it on? Oh, there we go. Huh? Is it a bit loud? Well, we need it. Do you want me to turn this down? Is it better without this? Without this? Like this? I have to keep talking in it because of the live stream. Oh, okay. But as long as, is that better? Can you hear us at the back? Yeah. Okay. So keep talking in your mics, even if you don't hear yourself. It'll be much better. Okay. So if you have questions for Leonie, you can either submit them in the Slido if you would like us to ask them on stage. So you want to go to www.slido.com, and then you will be asked for a participant code. And it's, I did have some slides. They're dotted around, so, but to tell you, it's 2020 075. I will repeat this every time, so don't worry. 2020 075. And please put Leonie and then your questions, okay? And I'll review them and I'll pick out some. If you want to have a more direct conversation, Leonie is going to be on table 4 at the first breakout, okay? So you can talk about, and the whole community can come together and get us one of those composters. Okay, but without further ado, let's move on, shall we? Our next speaker recently quit his job to start an eco startup. Well, there were some yays at the back. Let's hear that. Quitting your job to be an eco startup. Woo! Okay, we like that. and from the ground up has designed his business to be a force for good, not just in the products that he and his business partner make, but also what they're going to do with the funds. Georgie Brown and his business partner run Sea Garden Soap, an independent soap company established with the aim of providing a naturally handmade product with funds, which funds their coastal awareness projects and invests what they take back into local preservation schemes to keep the important message of plastic and marine waste alive. By selling their hard and soft liquid soaps to local seaside hospitality venues in Kent, and who have the shared value of keeping their beachline, our beautiful coastline, clean for visitors, Georgie believes that together we can keep not just our hands gleaning, but also our seaside views. So I give you Georgie Brown.
Hey guys, my name's Georgie. Thanks for all coming today. So what comes to mind when I mention the great Kentish coastline? I'm actually going to choose someone. I just thought, I don't know who. Lady with the scarf over there. That's the one.
What comes to mind for the coastline?
Yeah. What's the first thing?
I love swimming in the sea, but I wish it was a bit cleaner.
Oh, sweet. Okay. That's actually kind of what I'm going to be touching on. Lady with the purple jacket, purple hoodie. Cliffs. That's what more I was expecting everybody to say, yeah. So cliffs and the harbour and all that wonderful stuff. But what comes to mind for me is like the piles of netting and heaps of plastic, and there's a huge trail of vapes, which I see like around from Thanet to Dungeness. I'm seeing the death of pub culture and how like the local food and drink industry struggles against the current climate. We keep calling it the Garden of England, but what does that really say about our seaside home and the future of our infamous seaside towns? So what if I were to tell you that just going out for a meal can contribute towards a new kind of service? Or how a few extra pints down the pub could play their part in starting regular coastal cleanups all over the county? It all ends with gleaming beaches, brighter marine flora and a plastic-free Kent. But it all begins right here with a little bar of soap. We started Sea Garden with the dream of bringing seaweed soap to the county for its many cosmetic benefits. After spending about 5 years working in Osaka, Japan, it had become quite clear that the Western world was a bit out of touch with the relationship with seaweed, and we kind of wanted to bring that back. So, at the beginning of the year, me and my friend quit our jobs. We hit the books and lost a lot of sleep on our journey towards finding our signature blend. Within those 8 weeks, we'd found our soap, we'd found our product and our market, but we'd also found ourselves making a lot of ethical compromises along the way due to some shocking research into local water quality. Right now, our knotted kelp is harvested and sourced straight from the Northern Atlantic, and until the local issues can be resolved, we feel a little bit embarrassed to have such greenery delivered to the Garden of England. So how is this bar of soap going to help fight against coastal pollution? So the soap is the product, and the product funds the service being our coastal cleanup workshops. Pubs, hotels, cafes, restaurants across the coast who want their hotspot kept hot and want to pay reasonable prices for a good product sign up to us with the added opportunity of hosting picker parties and other events, all with the aims of cleaning up Kent as best we can. And funding the war against Southern Water's regular sewage disposal methods, which have rendered local bathing sites, frankly quite disgusting, over 250 times in the last few years. So today, it starts with doing what we can, but maybe someday, here in Folkestone, we'd love to see our very own seaweed processing plant, a place where people can come and bathe, learn how to make soap, and see how we can grow seaweed there and all the benefits it can provide people. But besides making soap and liaising with local business owners, what have we actually done to tackle the issues I've mentioned so far? And what can you guys do to get involved further down the line? The answer is quite literally, we do what we can at the moment. For example, I'm lucky enough to live on the quite derelict shores of northern Deal, between Deal and Sandwich, and it's not a lot of people out there. So I sort of take it upon myself to keep that part of the coast clean. It might be kind of arrogant to call it my beach, but I think every beach is your beach, and people need to start thinking that way. 2 people spending 2 hours walking a 2-mile stretch of coast every 2 weeks. Every time we've done that, it's taken us about 5 to 20 kilos of rubbish every time, and we couldn't really be happy about that. Some of the goals for the summer that we plan is to tackle the River Dower in Dover and to organise our first picker party here in Folkestone. And of course, the idea of collaborating with some of the wonderful projects you'll be seeing here today excites me for the future of the plastic epidemic. So with or without your help, what's to stop your next stroll from turning into something that makes an impact? Or what's to stop that next Facebook rant becoming a personal update or a proposition to get other people like yourself involved? And what's to stop an hour of collecting rubbish down the beach, ending with, let's say, some salty chips or a cold drink, and you can gaze out over your clean beach? A new wave is coming, and we invite you to take the ride with us. At Sea Garden, we just make soap, but together we can all make sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgie. Love that. Love the idea of seaweed and using this valuable resource that we have here, but making it clean so that we can actually do stuff with it and keeping our beaches clean at the same time. Okay, reminder, Slido, if you've got any questions, please write Georgie and then your question, and then it makes it easier for me when I've got to work out which one I'm going to ask. Okay, our next speaker, she won't say this herself, but I believe she is a true local champion for her cause. In her application, she said she was stepping outside of her comfort zone to talk more about this issue, and it's been really, really wonderful to see her grow in confidence and also in the importance, and really kind of get her important message out there to make sure that we can get everyone, so that we can make sure that everyone has the opportunity to learn and make positive, sustainable changes, so that everyone has the opportunity to do that. Ruth Tyler runs the Folkestone Youth Project, also known as the Shed Urban Wilderness. In her own words, she describes herself as a wife, mother, nana, and holistic youth worker. Just an ordinary person trying my best to help people and nature. Not qualified to talk about sustainability other than my own personal story of creating our urban wilderness site. All done on fresh air, hope, and a lot of recycling. And coming out of my comfort zone to encourage others to make small changes to help nature and to highlight barriers to sustainability for low-income families. I give you Ruth Tyler.
Hi. I do apologise, but my knees won't go that high with that step, so I'm here. So today we're hearing about lots of sustainable ideas. So my question is, how do we include people on low incomes and with other life challenges? So how do we tackle the social, emotional and physical barriers to joining in? And how do we make sure there's inclusion, accessibility and affordability for everyone? So my name is Ruth and I work with young people from Folkestone and surrounding areas. 5 years ago, we relocated our project to Bradston Avenue, and this gave us the chance to finally include gardening and environmental work with all our other youth activities that we do. Because our young people don't have gardens. They don't have that introduction. So all our activities are delivered in the most environmental way we can. And also, it's about being kind to people and nature together. Kindness is a big part of our project. It's about going forward by going back to the old ways for us, planting a seed and watching it grow. So let's be honest, sustainability is fantastic. Sustainable goods are fantastic, but it's not affordable for a large proportion of our community. And I think we need to recognise this fact. And it's very nice if you can buy locally sourced plastic-free goods, but if you're relying on food banks, you don't get to choose where your food comes from. So how do we address this at our project with our young people? Firstly, we do not judge and we don't shame. We come up with simple solutions, new ideas, and we teach skills. So it's a kind of make, do and mend back to the old ways. So as a small charity, I have to save every penny I can, just like our families do that we work with. So sometimes this means I have to brush aside our environmental ambitions to save money. Sometimes people judge us, but we feel really bad about every decision we make. And I wanted to bring up this anxiety that there seems to be around with people judging you for every decision you make. So we buy plastic pots sometimes, and I always have a little bit of guilt when I get to the till with my plastic pots. But we also use cardboard, newspaper, and those lovely toilet rolls to do all our seedlings in. And occasionally we treat ourselves to upcycled, compostable pots. But I have to go, for those compostable ones, I can buy these plastic ones. Those compostable ones are one use. The plastic ones we use year after year after year. So it makes sense. So we don't want to put the message out, don't do anything plastic. But if you're going to have plastic, use it year after year after year. We have to make that choice. So last year, our young people held an art show, and they worked really hard and they made fantastic artwork and sculptures, all from recycled goods. It was started off as a celebration of nature and kind of turned around to like, this is what's going to happen if we don't change our ways. We made a fantastic snake out of tyres. And somebody said to us, yes, but you've spray painted that. That's not very environmentally friendly, is it? We'd thought about this too. But again, it was money. The choice of getting all the colours we wanted as cheaply as we could. But also, as we did that project, we did preventative education on gas abuse and antisocial behaviour, because we are youth workers after all. So it's this holistic way that we work, encompassing all the other things in with nature. So I was asked if my focus on this talk was about sustainability or the environment. And I kind of said that we felt that for us, they're the same. They go hand in hand. Because without nature, bees, bugs and butterflies, we're not going to have food. We're going to struggle. So then that made me think, well, what does sustainability mean to everybody? And is it because we've all got these different attitudes that maybe sometimes block us doing something? So do you judge? Are you guilty of judging yourself too harshly? Because I know I do, especially since becoming a grandma. Every choice I make, I'm worried about the future and how it's going to affect my grandchild. Do you judge others too harshly? And also, do all the gloomy reports on the TV and social media, we all know what we've done, but I kind of getting fed up making me feel like I ruined the world all by myself. So do these gloomy reports make you want to hide under your duvet, or do they call you to action? As I said, we've all felt really overwhelmed sometimes by all this climate change and the responsibility of it. So we suggest, like most people that are talking today, that everyone picks achievable goals. And if we all do a few things, it will combine. And we don't all have to do the same. We can all do different things to make this lovely recipe, and it will make a difference. Nothing is too little. So what do we do with the community at our project? Well, again, we show people how to grow plants, depending on their space. If it be a windowsill or a little garden, we love vertical growing. We love vertical growing. and we gift a lot. And to celebrate the Jubilee, we gave away houseplants, vegetable plants and flower plants that young people had grown themselves from seed. And I recently asked one of the parents who had taken our purple plant, we were not specialists, so we call it purple plant, we don't know what it's called, how it had done. And she said, it's amazing, it's so big and it's beautiful that now I'm taking cuttings and giving it to my friends and family. So you might not think that's sustainability, but we planted a seed and the ripple effect came out. So can you adapt this ethos to something that you do? We all have our skills and our talents. If you live in a flat, is there someone, say a mum, with lots of kids that lives on the 3rd floor that might not be able to take out her recycling? We would all forgive her, because I remember trying to get out the house with buggies and school bags and lunch boxes and kids. Grabbing a bag of recycling might be really hard. Could you offer to do that? Use your imagination, be creative, because kindness costs nothing. So we moved to our new site and we took inspiration from the "if you build it, they will come." And I just want to tell you a few of the challenges we have. It's not been easy. Our modular units arrived in bits onto site the same week as the beast from the east. It might have been an omen, I don't know. The youth team reused, recycled, and we did, and my fabulous youth team, it's not just me, we did everything by hand. We had no power on site, so we had no power tools. We used a lot of saws, and yes, we have kept them, and yes, we do use them for artwork. So we did this to the buildings. We spent a lot of time Googling how to, watching videos, and like most of you might find out, everything isn't as easy as it looks sometimes in those videos. Recently we decided it'd be a good idea to cut wine bottles down to little glass planters. Well, that was a good idea. Again, watching the wine bottles at the pub go into this box. I said, can I have some of those? So we were all excited we were going to do this and put our little succulent plants in to give away. Well, we cracked a few and we managed to explode one. And now we're too scared. That was it. That has been binned, that idea. So if anyone in here knows how to do it and can do it, please come to me. And we also discovered that we have a stupid amount of snails on site. I don't know, every snail in Folkestone lives on our site, all different sizes. Everything we move, 10, 20 snails. So we lost our first crop of basil to them, which we naively thought would be safe on top of 5 pallets and in a cold frame. We still can't work out how the snails got their shell through the gaps. But they do. You open it up and there they are. And I must admit, we did think about, can we eat them? Is there a crop here if we need to? Every year, our resident fox has cubs. And they dig up our pots and our plants. And our new squirrel, our newest resident, and we're really proud of him, he will probably add that carnage too, because we've worked on attracting birds to help deal with the snail problem, and then the wildlife is coming. So again, we want the community to be able to, you can come on our community times and enjoy this space with us. We're at the start of our journey. It's a big bit of land, it's very daunting. So what's this got to do with youth work and sustainability? Well, by you working this way, we help young people develop resilience, teamwork, problem solving. That's because we work in a holistic way. So as youth workers, and our youth work is really very important to us, we deliver lots of preventative education. So now we do think that actually delivering education on sustainability is a new preventative education, because we want to best prepare them for their future ahead. Thank you.
Am I on? I'm back on, yeah. Enjoy that applause, Ruth. Well done. Awesome stuff. I love that. I think that leads us nicely into the first breakout session. Let's all be kind, let's all be supportive, and let's try things out. I love that kind of like, let's give things a go. Okay, wait, let me check the timing. I think, is it all right for everyone if we go straight out into the breakouts and we go straight to Q&A? If you want to ask the speakers the questions, you go to those tables? Is that good? We're getting general nods? Okay, let's do that. And then you guys get enough time for coffees, and these guys get to rest and chill out. So, what we have, the themes are, the tables are numbered from the back. So the back is number 1, at which you will find, this is about volunteering opportunities, okay? So this whole breakout session is all about collaboration, and we're kind of trying to matchmake you, basically, to find, if you're an individual, to maybe find a community group that you could support or you could volunteer with, or equally, if you are a group looking for volunteers, you can go join that table. That is going to be hosted by Anna Ware. She's going to be helping you on that one. So that's table 1. Table 2 is if you are either a community group or a business that wants to start working together, okay? Corporate social responsibility and all that, how can we have businesses and community groups supporting each other, sharing their resources? That is going to be head up by Owen Balmont. And then at table 3, this is about businesses coming together either to find local suppliers, sustainable suppliers, and or find mentors, people that maybe if you're at the beginning of your sustainability journey in your business, you can find others who can mentor you and help you kind of take it further. That is being run by Rebecca Smith. And then, of course, you can also table, so it will be Leonie on table 4, Georgie on table 5, and Ruth on table 6. And we also have some breakout activities just outside. Tables are first come, first served. There's only a small group, stand around, but also if you want to just chill and grab a coffee and relax and chat to each other individually, then you can do. I will leave you to go break out. You will be back at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock for the next round of speakers. Thank you. Owen and Rebecca. I hope you all had some wonderful conversations and made lots of connections. Make sure you get people's email addresses, phone numbers, however you want to do it, social media, LinkedIn, and follow up on those leads. That's what it's about. Taking some action, forming some connections, and start taking those conversations to the next level. Also, don't forget to jump on the social media. Our hashtag is Sustainable Futures, futures plural, forum. SustainableFuturesForum.com. Okay, let's go straight on for our next session, our next speaker then, shall we? If you've ever dreamt of just selling up and moving to a farm, well, you're definitely going to get some jealousy vibes going on with our next speaker, because he has done just that, and I can tell you it's a pretty awesome farm. But completely changing our lifestyle, it can be quite scary, right? Well, our next speaker will share not only his personal journey of completely reshaping his life, but also the ethical design process of permaculture that he used to do it. So our next speaker is Ed Kirk-Smith, also known as Rebel Farmer. He is a 41-year-old tree surgeon, previously from London, before he moved to Kent in 2015 with his family. After a progressive journey of discovery in the worm is pretty... his generation into worms in the form of permaculture and market gardening, he is seeking to make a positive change to society by encouraging a complete relocalization of the food system and rediscovery of local seasonal produce. This change can massively reduce our use of carbon-creating emissions and encourages biodiversity by storing carbon back into the soil with all those nice worms with a circular economy waste. So I give you Ed Kirk-Smith.
So it was about 10 years ago, and I was in the supermarket that I'd grown up with in southeast London. I had a moment. I had an epiphany. I was sitting there. I had my newborn child, near enough. He's 1 year old. He was sitting in this metal trolley, and there was these horrible lights above and these horrible beeping sounds of 30 tills strong in this massive supermarket. The trolley was filled with plastic, mass-produced food, most of it which is really bad for you. And I thought, this is wrong. This has got to change. I do not want this future for me or for my child. And this set me up on a real path of discovery into a whole new life of sustainability. I'm Ed, I'm 41, originally a tree surgeon from southeast London. I moved down with my family to Kent in 2015 to start a new life on a small 3-acre homestead in the Kent Downs AONB. I started Rebel Farmer in 2019 to create a platform for looking for the complete relocalisation of the food system. I discovered permaculture, and with this idea and access to land and my new role as a parent, I was able to develop a business and look at the basis for a sustainable grassroots movement using the natural principles of permaculture. It was a TED talk that led me into permaculture, that taught me about permaculture, and it was soon after this supermarket moment that I came across this, and it really sort of changed my thinking. Permaculture is this ethical design system. It's based around 3 pillars of ethics: people care, earth care, and fair share. It provides a framework for finding positive solutions to any problems, really. You can apply it to most things to try and find a positive solution to everyday problems. By mimicking the incredible power of nature, we can create abundance without destroying the planet. It was my work in London as a tree surgeon that sort of was my first sort of step towards making this change and trying to find the sustainable, positive solution. I had this thing called green waste. I'd fill my truck up every day, working as a tree surgeon in London, with what was known as green waste, this word waste. Well, what you can do with this green waste is you can break it down, and much like we talked about with Leonie, you can create this amazing compost with this green waste. And I'd learned this, and I knew that this was my first step towards becoming more sustainable, is I needed to take this waste and turn it into a resource. And this was the moment that I decided to sort of move my life down to Kent, where I had a little bit more space, so that I could actually process this waste that I was creating from my occupation. So, moved down, 2015, I got to this 3-acre homestead, and I had a deep dive into permaculture. I learnt the ins and outs of permaculture and spent a lot of that first winter online looking at YouTube and reading books and creating this design around permaculture that I wanted to implement. There's no rush with permaculture. Permaculture teaches you to observe, observe, observe. Spend the first year observing what happens, and then you can really go out and implement things with the environment that you've been put in front of, basically. So it's a lot of trial and error. That first year was a huge learning journey. I put up a polytunnel, and I started some seeds. I got some tomatoes growing, which was amazing, but like, you know, I put a pumpkin in there and it was bursting out the door. And you don't put a pumpkin in your polytunnel, just... So we got through that, and the first year I was still building up. I was collecting these local resources. I was continuing my work a little bit as a tree surgeon. I was piling up these chippings and things on the field. I was processing and selling some local logs, and just starting to get going with this idea. And it took a good couple of years of experimentation to really get going. But in this time, I created some really super rich compost using things. I could actually, with my tree surgery, I had a truck, so I could bring in local bedding, muck, chippings, and I could also bring in other waste products. So I brought in local sawdust, I brought in some local mushroom waste and coffee grounds and all the peelings and everything, and started to make this super rich compost, which I applied to the ground in a no-dig way. So no-dig teaches you not to disturb the soil, and you can just apply this mulch to the top of the soil to create a permanent no-dig bed. And this suppresses everything underneath, suppresses the weeds, and creates a super rich soil. The worms do the work. So again, re-evaluation, relearning. Each year we were learning, and I started to get really good at growing food. Before long, I was creating a lot of biodiversity above and below the ground, and starting to create lovely local veggies, seasonal veggies. So going back to permaculture, it teaches the ethics of fair share, and really I wanted to connect in and share this with the community. So I started reaching out to the community. I built a school garden for my son at my son's school, and I started selling veg at the pub. I also around this time started going to the farmers market in Wise, lovely farmers market, linking in and networking with local people that were into the seasonal veggies, and really got going with a sort of bit of a network to work alongside my my methods. So permaculture, it also teaches this sort of people care. So I wanted to connect in with the people a bit more and create the well-being that I was getting. I wanted to share with everyone else. So I started bringing in volunteers and looking at ideas of sharing the produce far and wide. And you're going to hear from Becky later about the Kent Food Hubs. And it was around a pub table in Wye around this sort of time that we decided that we could come up with this sort of ethical distribution system that would allow us to get some of my produce direct to the customer. So I wouldn't have any waste streams that you sometimes create when you're sort of working at the farmer's market. So I started Rebel Farmer as a brand around this time to create a real platform for moving forward with this, as my work as now as new as a market gardener, and with a real emphasis on education. I also started to invite volunteers to come onto the plot and to share knowledge in exchange for labour. WOOF, Worldwide Work on Organic Farms, provided our first volunteers just as lockdown actually hit. And we had a really, really productive year there with people coming and live with us during lockdown. And we developed the business side. And we also started growing microgreens. You'll see some of those outside. They're these soil sprouted seeds, really highly nutritious. And these microgreens got me into lots of the local pubs and restaurants and retail spaces. And I started to be able to connect with all of the other seasonal veggies that I grew, like specialising in tomatoes and winter squash, and really started getting out there on the sort of local food scene here in East Kent. Each year, continuing to redesign and look at how we can improve the system and continue the ethics all the way. Over the last few years, I've been experimenting with heritage wheat, looking at long straw varieties of wheat. Food, it's a staple food product. Bread, there's a lot of interest in that. There was a sourdough revolution during lockdown, wasn't there? And we've started growing it without the use of chemicals, looking at how we can integrate people into the sort of processes behind growing and harvesting, milling, baking. I've also looked at seed sovereignty, part of the Gaia Foundation seed sovereignty movement this year, looking at how we can start a local seed co-op. I employ some local help now, just 1 or 2 days a week. We've got some super efficient tools to avoid the back-breaking work that we sort of all associate with farming. Farming's now fun with these tools. We've got solar panels that taken us off grid now with everything that we do. The design will continue to adapt and evolve. Carbon-free distribution of this produce, the waste, and people to come and help on the farm is the next big hurdle for me as we sort of look towards the possibility of carbon-positive farming. Each year so far, I've only just about broken even financially and spent the winter redesigning, re-evaluating these core design and these core principles. I continue to process local waste products and want to further that as much as possible. I hope to go for not-for-profit this year to continue with this ethical design process. This permanent culture of reciprocity and sharing knowledge and experience with a wider audience. I hope to inspire, facilitate more young growers and to continue to show the economics of a small farm future. We may not be able to feed the planet, but we can certainly feed our communities using these methods. By choosing local and seasonal produce, teaching our children how to use this produce, how to grow it, we can really make some meaningful change and really look at drawing carbon back out of the atmosphere, putting it back into the ground. We can all take part by joining our local community gardens or just growing a little bit on the windowsill. We can really create this permanent community, this permanent culture around food again, and hopefully find reconnection with the earth. Thank you all for listening.
Going off, starting a farm isn't for you. I love this idea that the permaculture and the design ethics can be applied pretty much to anything you might be wanting to do. That observe, experiment, all these different things. Definitely go check it out. Okay, on with our next speaker. Our next speaker has a really relatable journey for any business professionals out there who might have been given the sustainability hat and don't always know exactly how to move into it, and asked to explore, okay, well, how can you implement your sustainability strategy? Okay, if so, this next talk is for you. Greg Mackenzie works for AW Group, a company based here in Folkestone, covering projects across commercial construction and the rail sector. Amongst the many hats he wears is the sustainability lead for the group. Over the past year, he has been engaged in some exciting projects and initiatives, locally and across the UK, and now for how to more ethically use the wood and timber no longer needed at the end of their projects. On his journey in this new role as sustainability lead, Greg says wood recycling has become a passion for him, and he's inspired his team to think and feel the same. And it's this passion and project that they've put in place that he'll be sharing today. So I'm pleased to introduce Greg Mackenzie.
Thank you, Lou, and thank you everyone for coming along to the Burlington this afternoon on this beautiful day in sunny Folkestone. Last year, my boss decided that 3 job titles wasn't enough for me, and that I should really have a 4th and possibly a 5th. He asked me to look at our net zero strategy across the group and see where our waste streams were coming from and how we were using those waste streams and disposing of them. My first question was, am I really that person to be asking those questions? The second question was, really, have I got any experience in that sector? No, definitely not. The more important question that came to light was, really, had the boss finally lost the plot? I grew up in the throwaway generation. When my kids came along, they grew up in the supermarket generation. My children have now gone on to college and university, and I seem to be now in the recycling generation. So I've experienced quite a lot in my time. We recycle at home, as everybody hopefully does. So I knew a little bit about segregating different types of waste in your own household. We use our food waste, goes on the composting. We use that compost to sometimes pretty unsuccessfully grow our own veg in our own garden. So my name's Greg, and I'm from AW Group, and we're quite a big construction company that work across projects on the rail and retail consumer market right across the UK. And I'm going to tell you about my personal journey into timber recycling and how we managed to divert as much as possible away from landfill. Now, sustainability is a huge topic, and it's an even bigger topic when you're in the construction industry. Everything we do is focused around sustainability. And the timber that we have and use within our projects, either taking it out of refurbishment projects or using timber to go back into those projects, produces timber waste. In the UK, we import nearly 5 million cubic metres of timber each year. And yet timber still is one of the most sustainable products to build with. A piece of timber like this could have travelled thousands of miles to get here. It's probably created a huge carbon footprint and emissions before it reaches the soil here in the UK. And what we wanted to try and do was think of ways in which we could use that timber. Now, when you think of 5 million cubic metres of timber, it's really hard to put that into any context which I could truly understand. So I asked one of our really clever guys at work, who's a QS, quantity surveyor. They're used to dealing with figures all day long. What could I relate that to? So he quite simply said, put it into a liquid form. So okay, 5 million cubic metres, I'll let him do the maths. That's what they get paid for. So if I was to tell you 5 million cubic metres of timber is the equivalent of 8.8 billion pints of beer. Now, it's estimated that in the UK, in the construction sector, we waste about 20% of that 5 million cubic metres of imported timber. Now, I'm sure if I said to Daniel, would you waste 20% of the beer you currently hold in your cellar? I'm sure he'd probably have heart failure. And it's a big problem, a really big problem in the construction industry. Not only is it bad, not good for business, but it's pretty bad for the environment. So we were thinking of what we could do. So this piece of timber, if you were to go and buy this today in B&Q or Homebase or any other DIY store this afternoon, after you finished here, at this length, it will cost you approximately £1. Okay? So that's one of these coins here. Bit of timber, easy to throw away, not necessarily easy to throw away the pound these days. On an average week, we could get back 500 pieces of this timber. And that's 500 of those. So in that picture there is probably worth about 500 to 700 pounds worth of material. That's when we realised that a waste product actually has a value. And it's at that point where the old light bulb moment occurs, and you're sitting there thinking, are we really wasting 500 pounds worth of timber potentially every single week? And that could equate to days as well. When you do the maths and extrapolate that over the year, well, it's quite a lot. When I started this journey, it wasn't just about, saving waste. When we suddenly realised how much money we could save, it was not only going to be good for us as a company, but it could potentially be really good for our clients that we work for, improving their own sustainability policies and their own processes in regard to waste disposal. So what do? We did lots of things, and I really can't go into all of those today, but there are three key things that we did. Firstly, we tried to think about how we could identify usage for that timber that's coming out of those construction projects in our own day-to-day business activities. We've got a lot of vehicles on the road, probably between 50 and 70 at any day of the week. All of those vehicles are kitted out so that they can contain the tools that our guys use on the job every single day. Unbelievably, we actually buy specialist racking kits that go into those vans that were made out of timber. Unbelievably, we also employ a lot of carpenters. So at our yard, vans, carpenters, stack of timber. It then became a sort of thing, well, we've got all this product here, we'll start using it in our day-to-day activities. And so that's what we did. We started thinking about how could we start repurposing this timber back into our own projects. And there are reasons why you see that big pile of timber, which we really haven't got time to go into today. But that was the first step. And there's other steps that we've used in repurposing that timber into our daily business activities. The second step was how we normally dispose of that timber. Now normally it would go back to our yard, it would get put in skips and then get taken away. Asking construction workers to fill up a skip in a neat and tidy manner is almost impossible. Skips provide a great opportunity for immense amounts of void space, wasted space. Your average construction worker will just throw it in, job done, off he's gone and he's gone home. Even when those skips are full, trying to get that waste back out to try and sort it out is difficult as well. So what we did, we decided to do away with skips and actually create segregated sections of our yard where the guys could stack the timber or rubble or metal which comes back from projects. By doing that and actually showing them that if you actually stack it in a nice neat pile it's easier to use should you actually want another piece of timber, we suddenly had this another light bulb moment when all the guys were actually putting their waste in nice neat little piles for us. Great. Once a skip is full it's really heavy to move about, so having it in a segregated area, it stays in that space, they know where to put that. Now the third thing, and perhaps the most exciting thing that we discovered purely by chance at a networking meeting, was this wonderful thing called community wood recycling, which we'd never heard of, never had any experience of at all. Now community wood recycling is just that. It's using a local community company to come and take your waste wood away and use it within their local community. When we started looking at them and we started talking to people, we discovered a really great one here in Kent. It's called woodpeckers. So woodpeckers, timber, yeah. Woodpeckers make use of, discarded trees, stuff like that. So we started speaking to Eric at Woodpeckers, and unfortunately he's sitting here today. Don't engage him in any subject about wood, he will never stop. The great thing about working with the community wood recycling companies is they come and get your material and they take it away and they stack it in their vehicle in a really good, orderly fashion. So you get more timber away from your site than you would do traditionally if you had it in a skip, which saves us money, definitely, but it also has a community benefit. Eric has a great team of volunteers that come and help him gather this timber and then make use of it afterwards. And it's not just volunteers, it's volunteers from marginalised groups of society. So it's people with disabilities, people that might find it difficult to get a mainstream job, or people that may find it difficult to make friends. So he engages with these people at his workshop and they make a whole host of stuff out of timber. And there's just an example here, bird boxes, benches, garden planters, and so on. If it can be made of timber, then they'll give it a damn good try. So that not only gives us an environmental benefit, but it also gave us a social benefit as well. And that was just the start. Inspired by what Eric does with his projects and others which we were engaged with over the past year here in Folkestone and across Kent. And we got to meet a fabulous selection of people. A lot of them are here today. There's Richard from KCC and other people. We wanted to see what else we could do locally here in Folkestone with other communities around us, which we actually found really difficult to contact and actually find them by either Facebook or LinkedIn or good old-fashioned Google. So what did we do? Well, we diverted non-second use pallets to local community gardens for them to use in raised beds, in compost heaps, to make benches. We contacted other heritage projects locally to us. And so now a lot of our timber goes to a fabulous project up on the White Cliffs of Dover, where they're unearthing huge amounts of military stuff that's been buried in the ground for the past 50, 60, 70 years. We then started ringing around colleges and schools and saying, do you teach woodwork? Do you teach carpentry? Do you teach bricklaying? And they're all saying yes. Would you like some wood? And they're all saying yes. So now we're diverting timber that's coming out of refurbishment projects or strip out projects, into schools, into colleges, and into those trades that eventually, hopefully, on an apprenticeship, we can take on and use within our business. Over the past year, I've learned quite a lot, and by talking to people, I've gained quite a lot of knowledge. Never going to be as knowledgeable as some of the people sitting here in this room. But what it has enabled us to do, and I feel very privileged at this point, is I've been asked to go out to a lot of schools and talk about sustainability, talk about recycling, talk about upcycling, the circular economy and more. It was at one of these schools, actually where I live in the village, after I'd given my presentation about recycling, not just timber but other aspects of your everyday life, and we'd actually worked on a project in the village anyway, so they'd seen all our vans driving around. There was a really shy little girl sitting in the audience who was desperate to ask a question. And it was really quite simple. She said to, and this took a little bit of coaxing to get it out of her, she said, I've got a bed that's made of wood at home, and my mum and dad are going to buy me a new one. What can I do with that timber from that bed? So there was a bit of a pause, and then 30 8-year-olds suddenly started bombarding you with all sorts of suggestions on how that bed could be reused. Not only because it was made of wood, could they make their own bird boxes? But more importantly, what they were thinking about was, could I give that bed to someone else? It was perfectly usable, there's nothing wrong with it, but could I give that bed to someone else, maybe less fortunate than myself, to use? Could I stick it on Facebook Marketplace, sell it, and make myself some pocket money? So what we'd like to do is we'd like to hear from more community and organisations, more schools, about how we can divert timber waste, or not diverting it, reuse timber waste back into their everyday practices. And as I said, sometimes it's really hard for us to find those groups. We've contacted so many around Folkestone and never got a single reply. And we've contacted lots of schools and never got a single reply. Sometimes I think people think there's always going to be a catch. Well, there isn't. We have tons and tons of this material sitting in our yard here at Folkestone. And one example is this. Since I've been part of this great Sustainable Futures Forum with Lou and all the other participants, Ed, Flo, Leonie, Ruth, the shed down at Bradstone Avenue is right near the viaduct. I can't tell you how many times our guys have scoured that viaduct to do repairs on it. So we managed to donate some of this material down to Ruth for her team to use in making whatever they needed to make out of it. There was lots of pallets, bricks. But it was by talking with people like Ruth, when we actually invited them down to our yard to see what sort of material we had, all of a sudden she was saying, oh, well, we could use that. Oh, and we can use that as well. So it wasn't just about recycling timber, it was about other people identifying uses for material that were sitting in our skips, and some of these skips are huge, they're 20, 40-yard skips. There's lots of material in there. So she was identifying other stuff which we now keep to one side and then can hopefully pass on to other community organisations. Within a year, I've gone from that person who grew up in the throwaway generation, the supermarket generation, and now crazily in the recycling generation, to thinking about every opportunity to use the waste that comes out from our construction projects. We continue to address the traditional throwaway culture. I can't tell you how hard it is to tell the teams that we employ, do not go to Screwfix to buy a box of screws when we know you've got 200 screws sitting in your van. You know, do not go to Jewson's to buy a piece of timber when we know that that piece of timber is in the back of your van. So it's breaking that traditional culture as well, and it's an education process. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to encourage our guys to think the same way. We don't want to be saying you must do it. You know, you're the guys that are out on site. You know, our teams are out on site every day doing this work. You know, how can you sort of, you know, cut down on the amount of waste that comes out of projects, especially with timber. It's also getting businesses to think about sustainability. If you are in that position like I was a year ago, completely and utterly terrified, don't. Yes, it is quite a daunting experience, but I can guarantee you will have a lot of fun along the way. You will learn huge amounts. You will meet some very interesting people. More importantly, the people that I've met on this journey have now become firm friends. So it's not just about a business thing, it's about a personal thing as well. We want to try and educate the next generation by going out and talking to them, and try and give people the confidence to take on the sustainability hat, the hat that I was very reluctant to have. If you ask me what I'd like to put on my business card today, you can forget the marketing bit, you can forget the business development bit, you can forget the tender writer, bid writer bit, but I'll happily stick the sustainability lead on it. Okay.
Thank you very much. Awesome stuff. I love that. Waste as a resource. That's how we've all got to be thinking. How much money have you got in your yard, in your cupboards, in your sheds, whatever it may be? Okay. Without further ado, let's move on with our next speaker. So, the challenge with many sustainability issues is that they can be so multi-layered with stakeholders and different people at play. And these can often be challenging and really hard to bring together. And how do we communicate between all of those people and bring about change? Well, our next speaker has taken on this challenge, and in doing so has developed a powerful yet accessible opportunity for everyone, for players at different stages and levels of that system to get involved. Flo Hythe is the Chief Executive for Produced in Kent, a membership organisation for the local independent food and drink industry in Kent and Medway. Flo is passionate about making our food system more sustainable, more local and more accessible for our community. Committed to tackling food waste in Kent, Flo will explain why farms end up with surplus fruit and vegetables, and how we can make sure more of that surplus ends up on our community's plates. I give you Flo Hythe.
Hello everyone. Can I just start with a question? Can I just ask you how you feel about food waste? Good, bad? Can I maybe have some hands on who would like to help to reduce food waste? I hope all hands go up. That's excellent. I'm going to sign you all up today. So I'm Flo. I work for Produced in Kent, and I'm going to talk to you today about how we can work together in reducing food waste that happens on the farm. Now, I have brought some lovely Kentish fruit and veg with me to illustrate my story. They're also my memory palace, as it's called. So each of these items will help me remember part of my presentation. So there we go. I hate food waste. I get really cross if, you know, I have to throw away an apple that I haven't eaten and it's gone off and, you know, I can't eat it anymore. I have to throw it in the bin. That really makes me cross. Now imagine being a farmer, getting stuck with tons and tons of apples. Believe you me, that farmer doesn't feel good about that either. Yet in the UK, on an annual basis, over 1.6 million tons of surplus food is generated on the farm. Now, why does that happen? Let me tell you some of the challenges that growers are facing who are producing food. First of all, the weather. You put some seed in the ground, you never know what's going to come out. It all depends on the weather. The weather can be really, really bad and you end up with no harvest at all, but if the weather conditions are good, you may end up with a bumper crop. Or in other countries like France or Spain, the weather conditions have also been very good and they end up with a bumper crop, and that will then determine the price that you're getting for your product here in the UK. So weather is very important. Secondly, routes to market. So what quantity you supply and what quality you supply. Losing my track of thought. Oh God, completely lose my track of thought.
Route to market.
Route to market. So who you're trading with, thank you very much, determines the quantity that you're supplying and the quality that you're supplying, and what the price is that you get for it. So in the UK, the supermarkets are the main suppliers or the main takers of fresh fruit and veg. They want loads of quantities, so growers often have to overproduce to make sure that they meet those quantities. But they also have very specific demands when it comes to size, to color, and to taste of a product. And if your produce doesn't meet the spec, then you know, the supermarket may turn around and say, well, no thank you, but we'll go to somebody else. And you may end up with crates and crates of apples or potatoes or cauliflowers. Or the market is flooded with cauliflowers because of that bumper crop in Spain or France. And the supermarket may say, well, we'll go with them, thank you very much, and we don't need yours. Or they offer you a price that is so low that it's not worth it to even harvest it. So that may mean that a farmer may be left with produce and may decide to leave it in the field to just rot away or plow it back into the soil. So that's the second challenge. Now the third challenge is seasonal labor. We all know that farmers have had a lot of problems finding seasonal labor in the last years. After Brexit, it's become a lot more difficult for EU seasonal labourers to work in the UK. And all seasonal labourers, doesn't matter where they come from in the world, and they really do come from everywhere in the world now, can only stay for 6 months. So after 6 months, they all have to go home. So in that, you know, that can lead to a problem for the farm to actually find enough labourers to work with. So again, you know, you're stuck with produce left in the field to rot, or you have to plow it back into the field. So all these challenges together mean that we end up with a lot of surplus food on the farm. At the same time, we have a growing number of families living locally in Kent and Medway that have not the means to put a decent meal on the table, let alone a meal containing fresh vegetables such as this potato or fruit. And that's crazy. And what's even crazier is that these families probably live just around the corner from that farmer who's stuck with his crates of apples or potatoes or cauliflowers. So that's a problem that we really need to solve together. And how are we going to do that? We're going to set up a group of volunteers which we're calling the Kent Gleaning Collective. Now, gleaning is it's the getting leftover produce off the field or off fields that have been harvested, or of fields that have not been harvested because it was not economically profitable. Gleaning is not new, it's been around for ages. It's even mentioned in the Bible. It was an old kind of traditional charity, if you will. So producers would leave part of their produce on the field for the daily laborers to take home with them. I need a bit of water. Just need a little bit of water. Thank you very much. Now we have in Kent, God, that's a lot better. We have in Kent 2 cleaning groups working at the moment. They do fantastic work. They work with around 12 farms in the east of Kent. They have been working for quite a few years. But, you know, they only work with 12 farms. And imagine that in Kent and Medway we have at least over 200 growers. So if we only could set up more cleaning groups, we could help more farms get more of that lovely produce off the field and onto a plate. You know, and that's what we want. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to set up a cleaning group. Now, the second problem that we want to solve is how do we make visible and accessible the stuff that we glean off the field. For that, we're going to use an app called Food Loop. So we're going to, all the produce that we glean with the Kent Cleaning Collective, we're going to bring back to a redistribution hub that we're going to set up in Canterbury, the University of Kent. And then all that produce is going to be logged onto Food Loop. And everybody who is registered on Food Loop, that could be a charity, could be a food bank, could be a community group, they can then see what has been gleaned, they can put in their request, and they can come and collect it from the redistribution hub. So this is how we make visible what we've gleaned. And this Food Loop, it's a bit like an onion, a Kentish onion. It's got many layers, because it's making surplus visible in more than one way. So because we put everything on it, everything that we glean, over a long period of time, say after a year, we can really show the total volume of surplus food that has been gleaned and redistributed, and the number of families that have been helped with this surplus and now have better access to really good, healthy fruit and veg. So that's one layer. The second layer is that those data can be used by the farmers, who can then show to their stakeholders that they found a much better solution for their surplus and that they're reaching out to the community. So that's the second layer. The third layer is that actually we can use these data and go to government and say, why do farms actually end up with this surplus to start with? What role are the supermarkets playing in all of this? How can we make sure that the farms are getting a fair price for what they're producing? And how can we help farmers maybe find alternative routes to market? You know, these are all important things. So if, like me, you hate food waste and you want to help farmers become a force for good, then join our Kent Cleaning Collective today, because you can help solve a really tricky problem. You can work together with other people who, like you, are very passionate about solving that problem. You can learn more about the realities of farming, you know, see how the sector actually works and maybe what opportunities the sector gives you. But also you're spending a lot of time out in the open air, Garden of England, you know, it's good for your mind and for your general fitness. And if all goes well, after every weekly glean, you'll be able to take some of this lovely produce back home. So if you want to know more about the Kent Cleaning Collective, come and see me after the session to talk about it, or go to our website, producingkent.co.uk, and look up Kent Cleaning Collective. Thank you very much.
Awesome. I just love that idea. Particularly the thing that struck me is that if we can take the data to the government and go, this is a problem, we can do something about it. Not only is the work itself good and making a difference, but it makes a more long-term difference as well. So thank you very much. Well done to our 3 speakers. We are now into our second breakout session. This one is all about taking action. So you have 3 options. Number 1 is all about the individual getting started with individual action, and this one is being facilitated by Emma from Restock, which is the refill and plastic-free shop in Guildhall Street, talking about individual action, things you can do to get started. You might get some snacks as well. Number 2, the community table, is all about community charitable sector support, being signposted for support for your organisation. This is facilitated by Michael Roberts from Social Enterprise Kent. And then the business/food business is about business funding and support, and this is facilitated by Rob Saville from the Innovation Growth, who's the Innovation Growth Manager for Growing Kent and Medway, and Richard Izzard from Low Carbon Kent team, which is part of KCC. You will also have our lovely speakers. Ed will be on 4, Greg will be on 5, and Flo will be on 6. We're going to do half an hour breakout session, and then we've got 2 final speakers in our final session. Enjoy the fruit and vegetable. There is lots of them. We've got a quick point.
Yeah, just to say, because we're running quite late behind because of really interesting talks, can I have everybody back here at, I'll be really generous, at 25 past 4. So you've got plenty of time now to do your discussions so we don't lose that, which is a really important part of the event. So 25 past 4. If you're not back, I will hound you. Okay?
This is why you have a stage manager, an event producer. Thank you very much. Go have some good conversations.
Steve, is that okay? Am I out? Am I linked to... No. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, okay.
So I'll ask you as a participant first. Yeah, and then I'll call you in. Ready to go? Yeah.
Yeah, closer, yeah. Good?
Yeah, it always feels kind of weirdly
It's
close
quite
on
awkward,
camera.
isn't it? Yeah, this is super close.
Especially in interviews when you put chairs really close. Hello, everybody. Oh, we are on. We are live. We're going to do some quick interviews and tell you what the participants have been finding, enjoying this afternoon. So, Owen, tell us, what have you thought of the event so far?
Yeah, it's been an amazing event. I think it's the first time we've been able to get this many people engaged on this really important topic in the Folkestone and Hythe area all together. And I think it's just shown, just by the sheer numbers here, that just the amount of interest there is in sustainability and how much good we could do by just bringing everyone together and chatting.
Yeah, definitely. Have you had any interesting conversations in particular? You don't have to name names, but particular things you want to take forward, or maybe insights that made you go, yeah, okay, I'm going to think about that differently.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the speakers have given me some great inspiration about different initiatives to get involved in and pointed me towards some groups that I didn't know existed. But I think also we've highlighted some of the barriers to change, things like difficulties in creating partnerships, how people get in touch with businesses with their ideas. So it's certainly given me one key takeaway, which is just make our kind of sustainability email address more transparent and easy to find, because just doing that helps people get their business idea heard.
Definitely. And I guess what would what would you like to see happen next after this going forward? Either immediately or also more long term. I put you on the spot on this, but
Do you mean in terms of like sustainability change or in the local area?
Whatever comes to mind for you, I think first. It's a big question, it's a big problem, so any of those are all good.
Yeah, sure. I think just people talking to each other more is the thing I'd like to see. I think this has shown that there's people in this room that have never spoken before, and as soon as they did, they came up with great ideas. And some new ideas to take forward. So I think just getting people talking, whether that's with more events or with businesses and community groups being more proactive, just talking. We need to talk.
Definitely. It's all about talking. And you're making me think literally, as you were saying that, because one of the words I've used in the program and stuff is matchmaking. Because then it was like, we should do it should be a speed dating, but for community groups and businesses and volunteers and all this kind of thing. So if anyone watching at home, speed dating, environmental speed dating. Is that a thing? Okay, let's claim that one.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing now. I'll be happy to date as many environmentalists as possible to get some ideas going around the room.
Sounds good, brilliant. Owen, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to have another lady interview as well. Sarah, come join us. Hello. I'm good. So, start off, tell us a bit about what you do, because you do some great stuff. So this is a great opportunity for you to shout about it.
Well, I'm a channel swimmer, and for the last 3 years I spend a lot of time in the water, on the coastline, through Dover, through to Deal. And that time in the water has given me the affinity with nature and a greater love of nature, and particularly the sea and the ocean. So my reason for being here today is I do have a passion for water conservation, how we can save water, better use water. And I have been going into some schools to talk about my swimming a little bit, but it's really as an introduction to the problem we are facing on our planet, and how we use the resources on our planet. So I'm just really at the start of my journey, actually, and I came along today as an individual so that I could meet other people and collaborate. But I definitely have some project ideas up my sleeve, without a shadow of a doubt. And so it's just, for me today, a great opportunity to meet other like-minded people and to really get my creative thinking hat on that bit more.
Very nice, very good. So what have you thought of the event as a whole? I'll start off kind of the speakers. Anyone in particular stand out, or particular lines?
No, they've all been fantastic speakers, and I think they're all, really speaking from the heart as well. They're they've got real stories about their journey on how to make their subject matter, take it forward in terms of sustainability. No, it's a fantastic setup, a great way to collaborate. But I did overhear your idea about speed dating and environmental speed dating. Yeah, I definitely think that would be great. Just to almost maybe do that at the start of the event, because I kind of feel like people don't quite know, who to talk to in terms of, quite what are you, who are you, what are you here for, what do you do? Or maybe name badges and maybe a couple of buzzwords, like if for me, I'm very much focused on the water. Other people are focused on the land or air quality, or what's your, talk to me about. I don't know, but those kind of things help. So.
Yeah, definitely. No, I really like that. And today's event has been all about collaboration, and we've talked about kind of future ideas. Has there been any conversations or anyone you've met that you think might lead on to other things?
Absolutely. I met a lovely lady called Penny, and she works in the with water companies already, and she's given me some great contacts, and I'd really love to have some in-depth conversations with her about how we can encourage everyday people to conserve more water and not push it through into our sewer systems and to make better use of water. So I'm really excited to meet up with her afterwards, and that's just one accidental meet, and then that's what I mean. I'm sure the room is full of more people actually that I probably could connect with. So so well done you for organising this. Great.
Well, thank you very much, and I'll leave you to go and accidentally bump into the perfect partnerships, and we'll go from there. Thank you. Is that all good? Right. Are we still live? Okay. Right. Should I grab some more people?
Yeah.
Are we live? Hello, we're live again. This is the joy of live streaming. Hello, this is Daniel. We're saying Daniel is our host, so I'm going to we're going to come for you for an interview.
Some food in my mouth.
He's enjoying the lovely Kent Food Hub, local sustainable food. Daniel here is our very gracious, lovely host, the Burlington Hotel. So tell us, how have you found the event so far, once you've enjoyed that final bit of strawberry?
Food really good. It's actually been really interesting hearing from the speakers and their experiences and what they've been up to, and actually inspiring some of the stories, giving me some good ideas, and really pleasantly surprised with the turnout, especially because it's a Saturday and because the weather's quite nice. So of course that's it's been good to see so many people come today, and talking to quite a few different people from different backgrounds, councillors, business people, community interest group organisers and people. So really good turnout and good mix of people, and hopefully some good things can come out of it.
Yeah, definitely. Any particular contacts, you don't have to name names, but particular contacts that you think will lead on to certain projects, or just inspiration?
For me in particular, I think obviously the ones which are more food, hospitality led, obviously. There are some good ideas there. The chap with the soap, for example, and some of them not even business related, but as you say, even personal. Things that maybe growing some herbs on my windowsill, for example. Those sort of little ideas have been good today. Good food for thought.
Absolutely. Oh, you got to get the food in there. Daniel, thank you so much. Thank you again for being our wonderful host. The Burlington Hotel, as you can see, is absolutely perfect, and it's been fab. And hopefully you guys have been enjoying it in the live stream, because it is a beautiful venue. So thank you. Thank you. Right. Thank you very much for your patience. Perfect. You can talk about all of the people you are representing. In fact, come through and we can start there. Tell us, who are you representing today?
I'm representing the Folkestone Optimists. We're an international organisation that looks after the interests of women and children, and obviously food poverty and all the things we've discussed today are very relevant for what the work we do. We're only a small group of 9 members, but we've managed to link up with few organisations, and we can see a way now that although we're small, we can play our part.
That's what it's all about.
Important. Very good, in particular with Flirty. I've also represent the Canterbury Climate Action Partnership. I'm one of the directors, and we wanted to sort of come and see what we're doing in Folkestone, because actually I live in Folkestone, but I'm in Canterbury Climate Action Partnership. And the work we're doing, we like to think that we can link up with what you're doing down here in Folkestone, because the more we can do together, the bigger impact we can have, and that's so important.
Absolutely.
Collaboration, and I know if our chair was here today, he'd say the same. It's more, the more the merrier. We can all bring our different expertise to the table and help to get those hard-to-reach people on board with climate action and sustainability, and also biodiversity.
Definitely.
Very important.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we might have to say, if we say it live, then hopefully it'll happen. Maybe we do a Kent-wide one, the Kent Sustainable Futures Forum. There you go. You heard it here first. That's what I like to do, plant those seeds, and then we'll see where it goes. So how have you found the event today?
Super, it's really great. I made a lot of new contacts, a lot of new friends, and met up with people who I didn't know were going to be here. Like, for example, I know Michael Roberts, and we've worked with him. So yeah, it's been a really good, and it's been quite a relaxed environment. So we felt at ease, and the speakers have been superb. Yeah, so no, all in all, a very good event indeed.
Amazing. Anyone in particular? You don't have to name names, but any particular contacts or things? What's the next step for you after this from people or ideas?
Linking up with Flirty, we're going to link up with her. I'm very interested because I'm also the link for education with the Climate Action Partnership, particularly the gentleman from AW Construction. You know, again, it's getting the young people on board, and if they've got a design technology department, great, they can take the wood in there and get them interested. So yeah, there's still an awful lot, and also with Saga, because the Soroptimists in Folkestone actually work with Saga over a number of years, and we need to get back into that routine. I was talking to their representative about projects that we might be able to get involved with, working with them. So yeah, no, and I've also had 3 colleagues here with me, and what we've done, we've spread it out so that we've all made different contacts, and I know the Shed is one that they're looking to link up with. Yeah, it's been all in all a very productive day.
Awesome, I'm really glad to hear it, and I love this. You know, it's not just about one contact. You've got like the spider web between your colleagues, and you've connected with all the speakers and all the different people. So, brilliant. Thank you so much indeed, and roll on, Kent Sustainable Futures Forum. Thank you very much. Cheers. Bye. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. I'm going to wander around, see if I can hijack anyone else. But let's see. This is live, so hopefully no one's going to swear at me. Okay, we've got 3 minutes to 25 past, so I've been told I'm not going to go and interview some more people because we have got to get all these lovely people back onto that stage if we're going to keep to our schedule. So I will leave you to the lovely slides about local community stuff going on, and we'll see you in about 3 minutes. See you later. the live stream sorted, I will say thank you very much for you're here. It's a lovely day outside and you're here, and that really means a lot to our speakers, to our facilitators, and hopefully to all of you, to each other. I'm going to keep this short and sweet because we are running a bit behind. Thank you very much to our facilitators, to Emma from Restock, to Michael from Social Enterprise Kent, to Rob from Growing Kent and Medway, and to Richard from Low Carbon Kent. We really appreciate your support. And hopefully you had lots of wonderful conversations. Right, let's go straight on, shall we? Our next speaker. For those on the front line of sustainability, like a lot of the talks we've heard today, the challenges and the changes may be tough, but they may also be quite clear. However, what if you're someone, if you're a working professional that may want to be making changes but feels kind of detached, or you don't know directly how to do it? How can you apply your specific skills, but that might not be obviously sustainability related, to making positive changes? Well, our next speaker started out in advertising, but soon realised how she could use her skills to become the key facilitator and connector to enable other people, those doing things on the ground, in the farms, to be able to create more things better, more connected. Becky Alves is a busy mum who knows that with the fast pace and busy lives that we all lead, it's not always easy to find the time to shop sustainably. Kent Food Hub CIC was the result, enabling local producers to come together to look at making local food more accessible, both online and in local markets. So, I give you Becky Alves.
Thank you. Life is busy. So, I'm a single mum of 3 children. I work full-time. And shopping can be a real chore. I actually hate shopping sometimes. And when you add in that guilt feeling of, oh, I really should shop more locally, or we really need to be eating a healthy diet, sometimes the easiest option is just to go to the supermarket. I'm Becky, and I'm one of the founders and co-directors of Kent Food Hub CIC. And I'm here to share with you that there is an easy way for you to shop consciously, despite how long your daily to-do list is. From what we're hearing in the media and through my own experience, the supermarkets are just not supporting our farmers and our producers with a fair price for their food. I've worked with producers for the last 5 years, so I've seen the struggles that they face firsthand when it comes to getting a fair price, meeting their margins, and also finding their customers, when the irony of that is, I know there's customers out there struggling also to find them. My foodie journey started managing my local farmers market in Hythe. There were some amazing people doing such amazing things with food there. More people just needed to know about them. My background was advertising, so to me it was a no-brainer. Advertise, promote, gain a following, and get this delicious local food right in people's faces, literally. So Kent Food Hubs was set up. Although the market got busier, I could see that there were still a lot of people that were telling me they couldn't make it along that day due to family commitments, kids clubs, etc. Life is busy. So that's when the light bulb moment hit. We needed to go online. So I got together a group of farmers, producers, small business owners, and we had a few chats around a pub table, like you do. And we explored ways in which we could use the Open Food Network, which is open source software, to create an online shopping experience for local and ethical food. So it's as easy as you do your supermarket shop online. You visit kentfoodhubs.co.uk, and at the click of a button, you can order your local, ethical, sustainable, seasonal produce by a Sunday night to go and collect from the Quarterhouse or have delivered to your home on a Tuesday. By shopping this way, my children know a lot more about where their food comes from. It doesn't mean that the odd chicken nugget doesn't pass their lips, obviously, and I still have to go in the supermarket sometimes, but as a family, buying as much as we can locally, we are definitely eating a healthier diet, We're reducing our food miles, reducing our waste. Our bin is not as full as that horrible, with all that horrible packaging. And we're also supporting our local producers, a lot of whom are now our friends. So, you know, it feels good. It feels good that we're supporting our local community and our friends by shopping that way. Yes, I know some of you might think buying local can be a bit more expensive. When you look at price comparisons, it can appear that way. But in my experience, when I shop locally, I'm thinking a lot more about how I'm going to use that food. We don't waste the food, we meal plan. And I'm not walking around the supermarket getting tempted by things that I just don't need. So we actually do save money by shopping that way. So there is actually that balance as well. So markets are still an integral part of what we do. Kent Food Hubs has been going for around 3 years now. We've got markets in Folkestone, Dover, Herne Bay and Whitstable, all of which showcase the kind of produce that you can find through the hub. If you're local in Folkestone, we've got 2 markets. We've got Vegan Vibes that happens every 3rd Sunday of the month in Guildhall Street. And we're really excited to be starting our brand new market at Folkestone Harbour Arm on the 13th of May. And then every second Saturday after that. So you can come along, actually meet our producers there, find out exactly where your food comes from, have a chat with them and really join in with our community. So yeah, give us a follow. We're Kent Food Hubs _Folkestone. Find out how you can join in with what we're doing and keep up with all of our work and join our foodie revolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Becky. And what's amazing is that they're currently the only online local food hub in Kent. Like, that's crazy. Like, we all shop so much online, yet we've only got one, and that's pretty amazing. So really, yeah, it's a really exciting thing what they're doing. Okay, let's moving on to our next speaker. How do we get the general public to care more about sustainability? Well, what if we could inspire them not only with the environmental benefits, but also the personal benefits, the well-being benefits? Our next speaker believes that by tapping into our feelings of personal empowerment and connection with nature, we can encourage more individuals to take small actions, which all lead to big changes. India Pearson is an outdoor advocate, yoga teacher and the founder of Fin and Flow, a hub for like-minded people to connect through well-being activities such as yoga, paddleboarding and beach cleans. India's passion for well-being and nature has led her to produce and host her own podcast, Start a Ripple, which celebrates the power of moving in nature for the mind, body and soul. Oh, and the environment. Sorry about that. And soul. We'll add that one in. Then, in 2020, India paddleboarded the length of the Royal Military Canal in one day, litter-picking as she went to raise money for a beach cleaning station in Hythe. Now, in her talk, she'll tell you more about why and how you can get involved. I give you India Pearson.
Okay, so anybody here a blogger? Blogging, anyone done any blogging? Yeah? Yeah, okay. Vlogging? I know you are, Leo. So vlogging, video, blogging essentially. How about plogging? How about a plogger? Yes. All right, so I reckon I've actually got a few ploggers in the audience here, but you don't know it. And maybe after my chat today with you, there might be a few more. So I'm India, and I'm a plogger. But what is plogging? Well, plogging is a Swedish term that means picking up litter whilst jogging. So, plogging. Aha! And my journey with plogging started about 10 years ago. I had recently moved back from Sweden, where I'd been living as a student, and I went to live in London, as many early 20-year-olds do. Well, it's safe to say the London life was not for me. I was hit by bouts of anxiety, the people, the pace. I really didn't have a very good mental health was not very good at that time. So I plucked up the courage and I quit my job and I moved here to Folkestone, where I had a bunch of friends living at the time, and then the rent was much cheaper. But because I'd quit my job whilst I was living here, I had no money to do things like the gym. So I started running along the beach instead. And as I started running along the beach every day, I started to feel better. It was amazing. I started to fuel my soul. And I also started to find this connection with nature that I'd never felt before. Well, about the same time, I'd also seen my friends, my Swedish friends, on social media, posting pictures of them plogging. Now, they'd be out for a run, picture of them with a plastic bottle they picked up, #plogging, and I thought, hey, I could do that. I've been looking at ways that I wanted to kind of give back to the environment. Essentially, Mother Nature at this point was my free gym. So this was my way of giving back. So I'd go out for my run and I'd start picking up litter. And I didn't stop it there. I had a paddleboard at the time, so I went out and I picked up litter along the canal. I also did it before and after a sea swim, and even went as far as teaching yoga litter picks, where I'd teach yoga class on the beach and then get my students to pick up litter afterwards. And I started to notice this ripple effect. The more time I spent outdoors in nature, the better I felt, the more connected to the environment I became, the more I wanted to protect it, and I was inspiring others to do the same. Well, I became so passionate about the whole thing that I decided to start a podcast on the subject called Start a Ripple. And I've been lucky enough to interview some incredible guests about the subject, the power of moving in nature, for the mind, body and the environment. I've interviewed guests from TV adventurer Ben Fogle to inspiring local Folkestone sea swimmer Kirsty Hogburn. Do you know what's been really interesting about what they all end up coming back to? It's that small acts amount to big changes for the mind, body and the environment. Or the way that I like to see it now, small ripples amount to big waves. Now, I could continue talking to you today about all the inspirational stories I've heard from my chats on this podcast, but instead, I'll leave you to listen to it on your way home later. I'm actually going to talk to you about how you could start a ripple in your own life, walking out the door today, or maybe tomorrow morning. So let's say tomorrow morning you decide to take a brisk walk along the coastline. And as you're walking, you start breathing in fresh air. Now that fresh air automatically makes you breathe deeper, which calms your nervous system. Really great way of de-stressing. Now, as you're walking, you're exposing yourself to vitamin D, which is helping to regulate your body clock, which means you're going to sleep better too. Now, you're walking, you're moving your body, you've got endorphins flowing around, that happy hormone, making you feel good, you're smiling at others, they're smiling back, and you see a plastic bottle on the floor, and you think, right, I've got this plogging idea in my head, I'm going to pick that up. So you pick up that plastic bottle, and let me tell you, as a yoga teacher, great for the hamstrings, good to keep the mobility in check, and you remove it from the beach. Now, that plastic bottle was going to take 450 years to biodegrade in nature. Did you also know that there's now a new disease found in seabirds called plasticosis, which is where plastic is damaging their digestive tract? So by removing that plastic bottle from nature, you're protecting wildlife. Now, on your way home, you decide to take a photo of what you've been doing and share it on social media. And you get a friend saying to you, oh, that looks a really great idea, I'd like to join you. Can you see the ripple effect that you've had from that simple half-an-hour walk with a little bit of a litter pick included? Your mental health and physical health has improved. You're protecting the environment and you're inspiring others to do the same. It's this ripple effect. Now, I'm sure there might be a few of you in the audience going, well, yeah, India, that's all well and good, but I don't really want to be picking up litter with my bare hands, and I don't really want to be taking a litter pick out with me either, because that's just a bit awkward when I'm running, or sticking it in my bag doesn't work. Well, I do get that. And that's why, in 2020, I decided to raise money for this chap here, a litter picking station. I paddleboarded along the length of the Royal Military Canal in one day between Rye and Hythe, litter picking as I went, to raise awareness for the cause and funds for this. So what is a litter picking station? It provides the community with the tools needed to do a litter pick when you're out and about. So we've got a litter picker here. We've got reusable bags going here. We've got message on this side and the other side, kind of asking the general public to borrow a picker, you know, pick up litter, recycle what you're finding, and take a photo of it so you can post it on social media and get other people to do it as well. And what I love about these litter picking stations is that you get the community involved. This one here lives on Hythe Beach, and actually managed to raise enough money to get two, so there's another one at Unit 1 along the canal. And businesses love it too, because they have to adopt a litter picking station, so Unit 1 has it in the canal, and it's great for them to show that they're giving back to the environment as well. And I love seeing people paddleboarding along the canal, jumping out, having a pint in Unit 1, doing a litter pick, or along the beach you see families using it, which is just incredible. So I think we've got a bit of more room along our coastline to have a few more of these, to encourage us all to protect the environment whilst we're out and enjoying nature. So plogging. It might be a funny sounding word that just happens to trend quite well on social media, but I think there's a lot more behind it. And I think we all have the power to become ploggers in our own way. Like I said, it doesn't have to be restricted to jogging and picking up litter. It can be walking. It can be mindfully sitting on the beach, and then afterwards you decide to pick up a little bit of time. It's just about giving back to this beautiful place that we call home. So my final message to you today is to get outside, move for your mind, pick up for the planet, and start making your own ripples. Thank you.
Thank you very much, India. And I love that, you know, sustainability can seem quite hard and kind of quite negative, but actually we can get a lot for ourselves as individuals to feel good, the well-being that comes from it as well. And I love that those last two talks are all about kind of the individual, what we can do today. We can do stuff within our businesses, within our community groups, but it all starts with us and what we can do ourselves. Okay, final person. I'm looking up, there she is. She's at the end. So our next lady, who's going to say a few words just to finish us off, none of this would have been possible without her, because she has been behind the scenes, the linchpin to make this innovative kind of collaborative community approach possible. Next up, Olu Fatakun, who is the Low Carbon Senior Specialist and Facilitator of the Carbon Innovation Lab for Folkestone and Hythe District Council. She's going to tell us a little bit more about what's next for the Carbon Innovation Lab, which was where this event was born, and also how the insights of all the stuff that you've told us, you've spoken about, we've shared, that's come out from today, how that's going to be taken forward as part of the Folkestone and Hythe Council's district-wide carbon plan. I give you Olu Fatakun.
Thank you very much. What can I say? Wow. So I'll start by talking about an African proverb that I heard over and over again while I was growing up. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together, which is what we're doing here. So what you see today is a product of an idea that resulted in a report to Cabinet back in March 2022 with our proposed plan of how we wanted to work in partnership with residents, locals, businesses, community groups to develop a district-wide plan. Then the formation of the Carbon Innovation Lab. You've heard about the Carbon Innovation Lab. We're basically wanting to drive local actions to reduce carbon emissions within our district. And not to forget the unwavering support from my team members, my line manager who's seated there, colleagues across the service areas, directors, the chief of executive officer, the engaging climate and ecological emergency working group chaired by the portfolio holder for environment. To me, this definitely shows and proves to me that Folkestone and Hythe can take steps towards a more sustainable future. So in terms of what's the next step, we've all heard about how we as a council was just a minute proportion of the district's emissions, so we definitely need to work together. So some next steps that, I thought about and shared it, and it was approved. Continue to learn, share, collaborate. Share examples of inspiring projects, initiatives going on across the districts so that we can include it in our district-wide carbon plan. We would like to showcase us. We do amazing things. Let the world know, and let it, it also gives an opportunity for people to identify and say, on a beautiful Saturday like this or any day, I want to volunteer somewhere. Oh, I can find this group here. I can do this here, various things. Like they said, ripple effect. The Carbon Innovation Lab, working with the council, will finalizing the draft of the district-wide carbon plan. It will, like any normal process, go to public consultation. Watch out, we're going to do the formal public consultation, we're going to do drop-offs, we're going to do different things planned. It will do the necessary internal processes, and hopefully, finally, we can take it to the cabinet for approval sometime later on in the year. Carbon Innovation Lab, my dream is that it hopefully starts to gradually transform to an implementation group so that we can monitor the progress, be accountable going forward. Let's keep signposting, let's keep engaging wherever we can and where applicable. Everyone's playing a part in varying their behavior slightly. I've been in this field for 16 years, and I realize that there's a lot of anxiety around this. But do your own bits. Vary that behavior slightly, one day at a time. Together, we can create a future. The solution definitely lies within us. I'm totally convinced about that. And we can create the kind of future we want for ourselves and our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Olu. And like I said, this lady, none of this would have been possible without her. And like every time we had a kind of check-in, she was always so excited. And when we had our first meet-up where we launched the event, first time we met all the speakers, your excitement kind of kept me going. So really can't say enough thank yous to Olu for kind of really making this possible. Okay, we're going to go into our breakout sessions now. I also, before you all run off, I also just want to kind of wrap up so that you can, once those are finished, we can naturally kind of move off. Let me close and then I'll tell you the breakout sessions. After today, please, 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 if you do only one thing, follow up with the people that you've met today. Okay? If you've made 1, 2, however many contacts, get their email. You've got some time now to go and chase after them if you didn't get it the first time. Be it on social media, follow up, because when you're trying to develop an idea and you're trying to do it all on your own, all in your head up here, it can be quite hard. Even if you just have that one person to bounce that conversation off. And even, you know what? Even if it goes nowhere, you've learned more about both your own project, how it fits in the community, the sort of people you need and want to be working with. Follow up on those conversations and do it as soon as possible before it goes cold and you think, oh no, they won't want to hear from me. Follow up soon, because you never know where those, India's getting lots of hits here. The ripple effect that's going to be had. Thank you. You've given us a good term. Because there's so many solutions out there that we can only achieve together. I want to say a huge thank you to the Carbon Innovation Lab. If anyone wants to get involved, this is a voluntary group for individuals, local stakeholders, businesses, community groups. Climate at folkestone-hythe.gov.uk. You can join. Also, a huge thank you to Folkestone and Hythe District Council through the Carbon Innovation Lab, to the Burlington Hotel. They have very kindly given us this venue and it's been absolutely wonderful. It's been absolutely perfect for this event, so huge thank you to them. And also to MMS 360 Media for all our wonderful live streaming over here. And of course, to all of our volunteers that you have seen around, too many to name, so thank you very much indeed. If I could ask a favour, we would love to hear your feedback. I hope that this will be the first of many, but we would love to hear how we can improve it, what you liked, what you'd like to see more of. We have, it's a really simple questions, so it's going to take you like literally 2 minutes. It's on the website. If you go to sustainablefuturesforum.com, which is our main website, and then put /feedback, okay? Literally just /feedback on the main thing. If you can fill them in there within the next week, that would be incredible. Share on social media, of course, Sustainable Futures Forum. If you tag us, we can hopefully reshare them. And the live stream will be available after this event, and we'll also share the speakers' individual talks in the coming weeks. The cash bar will remain open. You can stay until around 6. And please, just again, keep collaborating, keep sharing those ideas, and follow up with people. So, final breakout sessions. We have, this is all about join the conversation. At table 1 at the back, this is all about climate anxiety and the role of well-being. This is facilitated by Alex Kenmer, who is a volunteer at South Kent Mind. Then if you are a community group, or it could be generally, this is broader for everyone as well, this is about behaviour change, education and engagement, and this is facilitated by Jane Michelot from Kogo, Carbon Footprinting Experts for Individuals and SMEs. And then finally on the business table, this is about circular economy, and this is facilitated by Richard Izzard from Low Carbon Kent and Olu, who is a sustainability advisor. And then finally, we also have Becky on table 4 and India on table 5. Thank you very much again for coming. I will let you go. Please stay around, keep chatting, networking, and hopefully we will see you all very soon. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everybody. Hello, hello, we are live. You can sneak past because we are live. So I thought I would grab some attendees and find out what they thought. So can you tell us please who you are and what brings you here today?
I'm Gemma Adams and I'm from the Recycle Your Electricals in Hythe with the Hythe Environmental Community Group and the Sandgate Environmental Action Group. So I came to network and learn about all the fantastic things that are going on in the local area.
Brilliant. And what have you thought so far?
It's been brilliant. It's been really uplifting and cheerful to find out there's so much going on, because you know about some of them, but there is so much. It was lovely to find out in one concentrated space and to actually talk to the people, because you come across a website, you might come across something in the local news or something, but to actually meet the people who are doing it all makes it all very real. Yeah. And yeah, it's great.
Definitely. And connecting with those people, human, doesn't it? Humanises it all. So you don't have to name names if you don't want, but have you met anyone in particular, either particular speakers that you think there might be future stuff with, or through the general networking and stuff and the workshops that particularly you want to take forward?
Yes, we're running a sustainable fashion show in Sandgate, and I met a young woman here who's really, really keen to get involved, which is brilliant. And we also, about the litter picking, we've got a community litter picking station in Sandgate. And I want to talk to people who are talking about that to maybe set up a map of local litter pickers in the area, so people, if they're out, they know where they are and where to get them.
Brilliant. That's great stuff. And like I said, it's that map. There's so many people doing great stuff, isn't it? It's just bringing it all together.
Getting everybody knowing about it in an easy way. So, yeah, and I've got a load of email addresses of people to follow up, but I also know the faces behind the email now, which makes a huge difference. So that has been really good. And I'd like to say again, it was just really, it just cheered you up being here. It was great. Thank you.
Awesome. Oh, I'm really glad to hear that. Thank you so much, and good luck for the next steps. Thank you. Right, I will let you go that way, and I'm going to go and try and find someone else. We are live, so who knows what's going to happen. Going to be followed around by this camera. Okay, what willing victims? Let's see if we can pull Ed in, shall we? Ed, come on, tell us. So Ed was one of our speakers. Oh, and we have James as well. We'll do Ed very quickly, and then we'll speak to James. So Ed, you've done your talk. How do you feel now?
Relieved, but also, really excited about the possibilities moving forward, the collaborations, where we can take this, looking forward to the next one already,
Yeah, that's what I like to hear. So, conversations, what kind of came up in your discussion, your Q&A afterwards?
Yeah, just a lot of people wanting to know more, really, wanting to learn more, see how they could get involved, people that were wanting to start their own permaculture, like projects, and people that wanted to come and volunteer on a farm. So, yeah, all great stuff.
Really good. And I'm going to, how have you found, because a lot of people watching this will see your amazing talks at the end and go, oh, wow, it's the classic thing. People think, oh, you just stand up and you just talk. But you guys have been working really hard behind the scenes and working together in a lot of the cases as well. How have you found the process of both the coaching but also that time to be talking about your idea more and kind of playing around with it, I guess is how I describe it?
Yeah, well, I think it's been an amazing process. So now I really feel like I can articulate my story better than I've ever done before. I can take this process and I can apply it to other situations. And yeah, the collaborations, the friendships that have been made have been lovely. You've been amazing, Lou. So thank you so much. No, but your coaching's been really fantastic. It's really helped bring this process together. Yeah. So, thank you.
Love to hear it. And what I love is the fact that you guys get, the 8 of you got that kind of intense time together to get to know each other so much more. And I know there's already collaborations going on that have been chatted about there between all of you in different spider webs of connections. So
that's it. They were there before, but they're even more there now. So yeah, it's great. It's fantastic. Bring it all together.
Brilliant. Ed, thank you very much. And hopefully you go and enjoy a nice chilled rest. Go and enjoy a fizzy pop or whatever. And
might be time for a beer. Yeah.
Go enjoy. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to get James as well, who's over there. And while we're waiting, I'm going to talk to you because a lot of what this whole program's been about, like I said, we've got the talks and we've got this event, but it's also been about the coaching and giving local people that opportunity to really work through those ideas and crystallize them in a way that they can, both they're clear of their idea, but they also know how to to tell the story of their idea, and that's a really powerful thing. And I have an interview here. Hello, come join me. So for the people at home, tell us please who you are and what brings you here today.
My name is Brian, and I believe in a sustainable future.
That's what we like to hear. So what have you thought of the event so far today?
The stories have been interesting, yeah. Sustainable, yes, some of them for sure. Others maybe not, but we'll see. I hope they will be. But there have been some things that I would have hoped for would have been here. Things about air and water and those sorts of things, because they need to be spoken about.
And that's it, isn't it? There are so many ideas out there, and I know that there are more out there in Folkestone, and hopefully this is the start, and we can get more of those. So this is a shout out to all those people, like you said, air, land, sea, water. If you're out there, get in touch, because we might, we need all of them, exactly you said. So have you met anyone interesting today, interesting conversations on your different tables?
Yeah, for sure. The wood guy from the AW, he was really positive. This lady in the wonderful dress here from the shed, absolutely, yeah, with great hairstyle as well. Yeah, wonderful what she was selling and talking about and how it's changed lives. And I think, getting people who haven't got the opportunity to engage in, thinking about things, that's necessary, absolutely. And she's done a wonderful job, yeah.
And what's next? What are you going to take away? Maybe changes or people, your connections you're going to follow up with?
No, personally not. But I think with the idea that the guys from KCC about the funding and everything, but now that's going to slowly run out. But I'm going to keep contact them about more funding issues because we need more funding to do some research that we're doing. Yeah. No, brilliant.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. Have a good rest of the afternoon. Okay, right, we're going to get James in. James, come and say hello. Thank you for joining us. So for the people at home, can you tell us please who you are and what you do?
Yeah, I'm James Butcher, and I've been setting up something called Folkestone Climate Carnival. So we've been putting on some creative events each month to engage with people. We're doing it outdoors, getting some conversations going about climate and what people can do to get involved.
Definitely starting that conversation from you. And on the subject of conversation, who have you spoken to today? Have you had some interesting
people? I've written down loads of names, loads of emails, some great conversations, and just really inspiring. Just so much diversity in what people are doing, and so much energy, and I think a real interest in finding ways to keep something like this going, to keep momentum going, and keep the connections.
Definitely. So, any talks in particular that stood out for you?
I think, I was just chatting with India about her yoga thing, because I think there might be a connection with the Climate Carnival. Also, I go jogging and I do occasionally pick things up. I didn't know there was a name for it, and now I know there's a name for it.
You are a blogger?
I didn't know a name, and now I can take pictures and post them, so that's even more exciting. So that was great, and I love the whole composting thing, because I think that's it feels like a no-brainer that we ought to be able to do something with compost. I mean, you could say that about all of the talks. I'm just picking out a couple that I found sort of particularly inspiring.
Definitely, that's it, I think, isn't it? It's sometimes when they're explained well, and you can make people go, that's obvious, why aren't we doing that? Then we can start to make changes. And on the subject of changes, what's anything in particular you're taking? You already do quite a lot, I know, but anything in particular new, or any particular conversations that you want to take forward?
Well, I think particularly I'm going to do more plogging, so I'm going to consciously pick up things more. So I think that's probably the main thing in terms of action. I'd like to find out more about the composting, because that sounds like a really good thing to be doing and making happen.
And lots of emails to all those contacts you made, which we like very much. James, thank you very much, and I'll leave you to go enjoy the sunshine and maybe have a beer.
Cheers.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see if we've got anyone else that's milling around. Who can we get? I'm looking at my stage manager here, and she's running away. Come on, Caroline. This is a chance to say thank you. So none of these events would happen without people like Caroline and all the other volunteers that we've had today, like Aaron standing there behind the camera as well, who I'm going to make come stand on this side in a minute as well, who give up their time to come and support. So tell us that you are the one, I'm the good cop, and I'm like, come and sit down, please, and you tell people, get down on your seats. So how have you found it from an organising point of view first?
This has been a fantastic event and so straightforward to support. I think because of all the work you did beforehand with the speakers, they got to know each other, prep themselves, and then working with MMS. MMS. I get useless with names, but such a really professional outfit. Yeah, have a little mic in my ear. I can hear everything that was going on, but it's a really wonderful event to support. So it makes it much easier to do the technical side of things. And as you know, having worked with me before on TEDx Folkestone, I have a loud voice. I know what I need to happen, and it will happen when I want it to happen.
Exactly. And what I like about that is, I think it kind of iterates, and you say, makes it fun, is that enjoyment of, oh, there we go, we moved to this camera, is that enjoyment of, being a volunteer can be fun, but also you can learn new stuff. Like, I know you've done lots of video stuff, at events, but you've not done the live stream before. And that's why people should volunteer, right? Because they get those new skills that they can potentially take into their work or other areas of their life.
Absolutely, and particularly I work from home now. So this is one of those great days when I get out from inside my own house, go meet loads of new people and hear loads of really interesting things. And I love all those new ideas. I mean, I knew about blogging. I'd seen it on Japanese YouTube videos of families doing blogging. I didn't know it was happening in this country, which means I'm going to feel less embarrassed when I'm picking up rubbish, which I do frequently when I'm out and about, because I get a bit annoyed with it. So yeah, I love it. So I think volunteers are the backbone of any organisation like this and any event like this. Give it a bit of your time. For me, it's been half a day, plus a nice drink and a meeting with you to figure out what was going on. And it was so simple and straightforward. But then I know that my little tiny bit helps this whole thing run really smoothly. And that means we get really great messages out there, and everybody gets to hear what folks in Hythe and the surrounding area are doing to support sustainability.
Yeah, definitely. And it also kind of brings up this point, doesn't it, of, okay, you may not be someone who can be on the ground garden or helping at a community garden because of mobility, or it's just not of interest to you, but you can bring your professional skills, like you bringing your project management, your organising, your previous stage management skills to something else, so you don't have to be necessarily out in the field, as it were, to contribute and make a difference, which is really key.
Absolutely. Taking a leaf out there, one of the last speakers, which is about little ripples causing big waves. And it can be something as simple as standing at the front and registering people for an event, through to paddling up the Hythe Canal, raising money for those boards. Tiny steps or big steps, whatever you feel comfortable and confident to do. All of it makes a difference.
Absolutely. Caroline, thank you very much indeed. I'm going to now call it Aaron before he runs away. Aaron! Come on, you're not getting away with it. Okay, so first off, I have to say a big thank you to this guy with his gun holsters, pow, 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 with the cameras, jumped in last minute. So thank you very much indeed for that. But I'm going to ask you what you thought of the event first. I know you've been behind the camera, so you don't always but from what you've seen and heard, what have you thought?
Yeah, I mean, it's been absolutely incredible. We've had a lot of discussions over the sort of the months running up to this, and to actually see it here, and not just the speakers, but the community, the engagement that people are having. Just, looking around, there's genuine connection happening here. I genuinely want to see what comes out of this, because you've just got so many people working on so many parts of a pretty tricky problem. And you need a space like this for those ideas to kind of cross-pollinate and for new things to happen. So, yeah, it's been great.
Awesome. And I mean, one thing I'm quite pleasantly surprised, is how many people are still here. We were running a little bit late. Yeah. It's sunny. It's a Saturday bank holiday evening, and people are still here chatting. We've got 3-4 tables full of people, and they're still here. So, I mean, I'm chuffed for Folkestone and Hythe of what we've got.
And that's the thing as well. I think hats off to Folkestone and Hythe District Council, because this is a ballsy move for them to kind of go, well, we recognise what we're not good at, but we're gonna put our effort behind enabling stuff like this to happen. Because you've got to give the power to the people that are there dealing with it on a day-to-day basis. They're the experts. They know what works. They're going to be the ones that are people are going to sort of rally around. So hats off to them. Hats off to you as well for having the vision to kind of bring it all together. Hats off to Olu as well for having that amazing support. So yeah.
And we've got to say, a massive thank you to the Carbon Innovation Lab, Folkestone Hythe District, because you did it justice. I'm not going to repeat. It's very forward thinking of them, and hopefully it'll be kind of the start of many. Final thing, anything in particular you're taking away, any action or any particular talk that kind of really struck you?
I'm kind of interested in compost now, I've got to say.
Compost Queen does it again. Couldn't have cared less about it before. Now you're like, compost, love it.
I'm like, yeah, let's get behind, let's like just do a fundraiser, do a Kickstarter, buy one of these composters and just keep it local, you know? Just why send it to the Midlands only to bring it back in a different form? Do it here. You know, I think that could really catch on.
So am I going to see you out there? Like, I know there's a bit of the tops of the strawberries that we had. Are you going to be there, like, shoveling them into your bag? Like, I'll take those. Black gold, as she said, wasn't it? Like, is the compost.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got like ideas. I don't know if there's like, can you have like a micro composting thing where it's just like, pick a sunny spot, keeps it warm sort of throughout the summer. Do you know what I mean? Like stuff like that. I think. Yeah.
New hobby I can see coming out here. Oh dear, no more new hobby needed for you. So, brilliant. Erin, thank you very much indeed. Right, I'm going to see if, I'm going to have a look around. Is there anyone else anyone else want to be interviewed? I'm just going to, okay, I'm going to come in on all the speakers. One word to describe how you're feeling now that it's all done.
Fabuloso.
Very excited for the future and also quite relieved that it's done. But yeah, can relax now.
You've been doing a lot of work, and all of you, so I like it.
I'm happy, and I'd like to thank you because you did a lot of work too.
Thank you. And Greg.
Relieved and excited for the future.
Yes, definitely. Any key contacts made that you want to, like connections with certain people?
Yeah, loads, and even just amongst ourselves as the speakers, we definitely want to carry on and do lots of stuff, but also people that have been here today. So that's important, and we've got to grab all these links and go forward with that. So yeah.
Sounds good. Any other?
Yeah, I think it's cool how us as speakers have all been able to interact and be able to be influenced by each other. And then, yeah, I mean, I've been handed a couple of flyers and stuff from people, so yeah, it's very exciting. It shows how important events like this are to keep conversations going, because otherwise you're in your own little world back in your own little hub. You don't really realise there's an outdoor world out there sometimes.
No, absolutely. And I'm going to come to you. I'm sorry, I'm starting fun. If you're happy to tell me how you found the event today.
Yeah, I'm really excited because as I'm a youngster, I got lots of different perspective from more experienced people, and especially in the food tech area, lots of people are doing different way of thinking. So that's really inspirational to me. I'm an actuarial student, so I'm thinking about the future risk and everything. Nowadays, the actuaries are doing something related to the sustainable energy and everything. So this event is really inspiring me, and I want to do something more for the society. So, and also I got lots of contacts from here. That's really helpful for my future, and I can collaborate with these people. And I talk with different people, and always I ask to them what are the challenges they are facing. So I'm thinking about I want to find some solutions of that. So really helpful one. Thank you for conducting this event, and I'm grateful. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you to our speakers. And maybe, who knows, you might be a speaker next year, future. Keep working on those ideas, because this is what all it's about, right? Say it out loud. And I think you were the great example, Ruth, kind of when you said, you know, in your application, like, we're doing great things, but we're just not very good at shouting about it. So hopefully, I mean, you've shouted very loud and clear and very, very well. I mean, good shouting. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you, speakers. Thank you. Okay, I think we may leave that there for now. Thank you very much, everybody, for watching at home. And as you can see, lots of stuff going on. Keep connecting. If you've got, you know, these guys are all, as you can see, they're all lovely and friendly. And I think that's the thing. When we see it behind an email or a website, it looks a bit formal, but these are real people. And I think this whole industry, people, we can feel like we're on our own and we're the only one fighting this good fight, but actually lots of people here are. So reach out. People are willing and open to have support and to have conversations. So I would say goodbye there. Reach out, share your ideas, and see you very soon.